Hello, 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 hello. It is I, and I live again. Hello. We're gonna commit production lines today, I hope. Anyways, first and foremost, since last time, nothing has changed. Huzzah! I was playing something else all day and looking at possibilities for 2D models. So yes. Anyways, 1 second. Click, click. There we go. Alright, so from last time we had a very, very important thing we had to do. And it was called, we have to fix our production of power. Because we're kinda in a situation where we're going to need more power. Sooner than later. Our max consumption is over our total amount potential to create. Which I have a problem with. Now, realistically, I could probably set up our concrete and copper production and not really have that much of an issue trying to get it done. As you can see, this is not running fully, constantly, or regularly. But we still will need to set up copper. That is kinda on the list of things that is going to need to get set up correctly. And once we have this, then steel. And then we'll need to set up concrete and then the production of the other parts. To be frank, none of this is overtly that difficult to do. So give me a moment, I need to check something. That's running a little warm. Why? Something on that shouldn't be. There's always a possibility because, despite me not really being able to play it, I have continued desiring to play Oblivion, though that wasn't what I was playing off stream. Double checking, what is running warm? Eto. I see. Also, at some point today, I'm gonna have to do my Japanese lessons again. I'm trying to remember to at least do a little bit every day instead of what I was doing where I was letting it build up and then doing like 100 words in a single day once every like 3. It has helped a little bit to differentiate some things, but not others, so yeah. Alright, so what are we going to do? We need to either start setting up the new power supply sets, or I need to just try to figure out what is happening here. The variation of our power is a little bit odd, I'm not going to lie. I do think probably we need to start setting up the copper first. If nothing else, then for the fact that we're going to need a lot of it. But at the same time, I'm kind of just like the power, though. So I'm kind of just leaning towards power, too. And if we're going to, like, rework our power supply, I also kind of want to change up this. For what I'd hope is obvious reasons. Now, the most significant way that I could possibly do this is if I set up 6, then we'd have a good middle ground to set the water between 2 different things to allow it to flow out into the different stuff. But I'm not sure if setting up a 6 power generator would necessarily even be worthwhile, especially. But it would be future-proofing. And that's why I'm kinda wanting to do that. We're eventually going to hit oil too, and oil supply based power is also a thing we'll have to consider. Thinking. Yeah, let's try the balance for 6. I'm not sure this is going to work, but this is going to cut off power to the entire factory. More likely than not. In fact, I think that's kind of what we probably should do, is just shut everything down. Click. Click. This way we're not wasting any resources, especially water. I do have a backup method for getting more water to the power supplies, but that's not necessarily going to be useful at the moment. So here's what we're probably going to do. We're going to cut all of this down to all the way back there, and then we're going to try to set up a system here first. These pipes, I don't necessarily think we're going to need to mess too much with, though organizing them is probably also the better option right now, just so it doesn't look as bad. But yeah, we're gonna have to rework the way this looks. We're also going to need to have 2 stacks of pipes, which I'm not certain as to how I'm going to do. I'm also tempted to have each one of these have one of these, just so that it's raised up and above possibly where we're going to be walking. That's been one of the problems, is I need to have better space to walk around these with. So let's disconnect everything real quickly. Mind you, the pumps can be activated through this system over here of burners. So ultimately, no matter what, we're able to power the water pumps. So that won't be an issue. But yeah, let's slowly try to rework this. Right. Probably need to put better connections on a lot of this anyways. Slowly just kind of remove all of this. Where's that at? That one there? Okay. Make sure I don't deconstruct the wrong things. Of course I missed 2 poles. There we go. Now then, what are you connected to? Redundancy, I see. It was a redundancy. Those are connected there, so we're not going to mess with that. So first off, power production coal generator. Set up a total of 6 of these. So 2, 4, 6. Okay. And we'll take the thing out of this one, mostly just so we can have it even at first. Right. So how do we want to set this up? Pipes first, I'm guessing, would be the thing to do. Yeah, let's go pipes first. Okay, those do just connect there. Just double checking that. So let's see, supports. Now, do I want these raised up? Water flowing down is not going to be an issue. Can I walk under that? No? Okay. That would defeat the purpose then. How high can I get this? That? That works. Okay. So, using this as a guide to... It's mostly an issue of I want to be able to walk around this without an issue, so these are going to have to be raised. I can also move all of this over there if I need to, so that's not a problem. Right. Okay. So then... I wish I could just connect one of these at the end of that and have it work that way, but I don't think it's going to. Okay. So first off, let's see, we need a pipeline connection through here up to the same level. Then we'll need it to turn properly. How does that look? Okay, that works. Then we'll need to just run it straight all the way. Come on. Pipe is too long. Meh. Where's even? It's just slightly too long. Oof. Okay. Well, whatever. We'll have it extend to, like, there, I guess. Just in case we ever need to break water off that way even further. Okay. Line these up. Come on. That line is a little bit hard to see from that direction, but whatever. Okay. There we go. Then just connect all of it up. Hopefully, with it looking like this, it should not have an issue of water backflowing somehow. I don't know if that's going to be an issue ever in the first place, but it's something I'm just trying to keep in mind. Alright. There we go. Now then, we need somewhere where we can connect a second pipeline through it. Stackable pipeline. We'll just set this up along the way here. Notably, it will also help us climb up to the top of it if we ever actually need to do that. Stick that in there. And hopefully that doesn't cause a problem somehow. It should just connect automatically, or you would at least think it would connect automatically. I don't know if it does or not, but hey. Alright. So then, let's see. The water pressure flowing through there. I think we connected at the end over here. Possibly even like pull this out a little bit further. That have the option to snap to that for a second on the outside. Invalid arm location. Aim location. Yeah, it kind of wants to let me do that, but it's not. Weird. Okay. Here. Didn't say that was straight through, but hey, it seems to be working anyways. Alright, so this is going to be where the problem starts, I think. How are we going to connect this on top of each other? This is going to be needed. Okay. I guess I could have it twist off and do that if I really needed to, and just have it connect into each individual spot, but I don't know how that water flow is going to work. Oh. Oh, that does not line up well. God damn you. Okay. Should I have this go up an extra one then? Like this. That doesn't look right, but we may do that anyways. Just so it's not fucking clipping with itself. That's the main thing. Okay. That lining up, it's hard to tell. Come on, line up correctly. Oh, I need the water to flow together. And it's slightly off, and that's clipping. Cool. Mind you, the only thing I'm trying to get this to do is to flow water in through there, over to here, and dump it into there. So if physics are in fact correct, the water flowing through this pipe should come down here, flow down through there, and hopefully it won't work like that, actually, will it? I distinctly am betting it will not work like this. But I do not know how water works in this game. This is not going to work the way I want it to, and I can tell already, but I'm going to be hopeful for half a second and assume maybe I could get away with it. Because otherwise, what I'm going to have to do is have two different water pipes potentially flowing into this. Like, realistically, if it doesn't work, I could cut off this pipe here and just have this one flow down into there. Daijobu. No. Yeah. In any case, let's get this set back up. Making sure to raise this up so it's not blocking any pathing through the area here. Alright. Now then, first off, pump switch. Or pipeline pump, just that's what it is in general. Do that. Let's see. We're gonna need two of those, that's for certain. Here, let's turn on the generators for this side, the pump reactivation generators. And just have it like... We'll see if the water is running correctly. Click. This is connected to the other network, isn't it? It is. Somewhere, somehow it is. Here. I can remove that one. How? Where is the connection here? Let's see. That needs to be moved. Eventually, I'll have the nice big power lines that we can make a proper full thing with, but for now, we're still in the early sections of things. Here. Connect. All right. Double check, make sure there's no other connections and that these are able to just power those alone. Okay. Network. Click. Max consumption capacity. Okay, there we go. So water should be flowing through fine as soon as it gets there. Yeah, okay. We just want to make sure there's water in the pipes. So whenever we kick things on, we don't have a power outage eventually. Yeah. There we go. That's probably going to fill up completely and the rest of the water will sit there. That's not an issue. All right. Aha. That's not perfectly set. Ooh, that's gonna irritate me. Never mind, then. I see I need to set this up manually. Click. None of the other ones got messed up like that, did they? Shouldn't have, because I made sure these were actually straight. Okay. Wait a minute. These are all connected, yes? Cool. Nothing to worry about there then. Alright. Okay. And if I ever need to, we'll at least have this second line through here, and that's possible. I see. I don't like how you set up like that, you. Okay. Okay, this is gonna bother me, so I'm gonna have to do it manually too. I have problems, leave me alone. Those were not lined up properly. I blame the government. Technically, I think I am the government here. I mean, default, if I'm the only one here, then technically I'm the government, right? Does that mean I must hate myself? Up. Up. There we go. Alright, that looks fine. Now then, the other problem that we're going to have is, yep. That's what I was concerned about. Wiggle, wiggle. This isn't going to work quite right. Because how else am I going to stack these? Realistically, I'm just going to have to do this. I should have realized that from the start, but hey. Whatever, it's not an issue. It's not like I didn't kinda need to take this down anyways eventually. Realistically, I should build an entire road network thingy over here. so that I don't have to touch grass ever again. I'm gonna do that. I refuse to touch grass. If I can help it. So we need to just make sure this is set up. There we go. All right. Let's see here. There's berries in the way. I'll have to destroy that tree. Actually, let's do this. There we go. I'm sorry, tree, but you're in the way. Eventually, I'll have to come back through this and change some stuff. Also, why is that there? Get rid of that. Okay. But for now... Okay, default, zoop. Oop. Let's begin the process of creating a proper amount of paving. 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 In the beginning. Yeah. I knew I'd start getting like this as soon as I started this, so that's one of the reasons I started procrastinating. I'm not gonna lie. Why are those producing smoke? 1 second. Is that a visual bug? They should be off. They are... Production paused. Okay, it seems to be just a bug. Whatever. Oh yeah, I guess we better make sure that's on standby too. Okay, all that's on standby. Standby. Okay. Just gotta double check those things sometimes. You never know. If you're wondering, eventually I will need to expand down this way anyway, so having this built already would be useful. Is this cheaper than that? No. It's purely aesthetic then. That and having an even area for the water to flow through is better, I think. There we go. Well, not really, but it's there, so... Get all of that out of my way. Gotta build some ramps up. Okay. Good. Okay. This will do. I do wish I had a way to, like, run power through the ground, especially on, like, things like this, but hey. I understand why that's also a terrible idea for this game. Okay, we'll need to rework these pipes too. There we go. Can we set more water pumps to this too? I'm pretty sure we can, if we really wanted to better place these. So let's see here. Water pumps. 1, 2. Yeah. Okay, I see. If I turned them sideways and had them pointing at each other. Like this. Yes, that works better. I think we're going to have to do this anyways. If we're going to need to double our power production, we're going to need to double our pump selection. So, let's see here. Just want to check the thing. 120. And these can hold 300? Okay. I'm gonna, like, look at some numbers here really quickly. So, if I put that in there, 180, 240, 300. So, 2 of these with maximum production enabled will do an entire worth of a pipe in itself. Good to know. Okay, set this up. I don't know how much this is going to cost power-wise, but we're about to find out. Alright. So first off, 1, 2, 2. Okay. Just gonna run this like this through this entire spot. It doesn't need to be 3 high here, but at the end it's going to be. If nothing else, after some time, I can probably just, you know, go back through and reconnect the pipes if I need a third set here. Like, obviously, all I'd have to do is go over here, oh yeah, I need to just take that one from there and just boop, like that. So it doesn't necessarily matter. Realistically, what I should do to align it is just cut this section out and then reconnect it. But at the same time, I am acting on less than coherent thought processes. So all I have to say is don't worry about it. Especially because I don't want those touching if at all possible. Yeah, you see how that is? That's what I want to avoid. Yeah, I see. Okay. That's a little bit annoying, but whatever. I wonder if there's going to be a customization option later to make that less an issue. I guess the option will be to have better pipes. So, I don't know if we're going to need to set up pumps. We're probably going to, but we'll see where I'm going to need them at. Alright, first off, just worry about what I need to get done now. I wish there was an empty middle section I could put in there, though. This will also keep the pump jack things from touching. Can't remember their proper name other than pumps. Pipe too long. God damn it. Okay. Should have known. Which means that's probably too long there too, so we're probably going to need another set up right there. Eventually I'm going to stop caring though, or I'm going to encase these somehow so I don't have to look at them. One way or the other though. Something will get solved eventually. I do think the solution will be we're just going to have to cut the one in half down there. We'll see. Okay. Is that tree touching the pipe? No? Okay. Then it's fine. Ah, damn it, I connected it to the wrong one. 1 second. There we go. Okay, there we go. Pipe. This will put our maximum water throughput to 600. Hopefully. Damn it. And I don't know if we're going to need 600 water per, and die, you die. Ever? But 600 per 3 should be enough. Here, let's check. 68, 90, 113. Okay. So what percentage overclocking do we need for it to be 100 per? For now, I'd probably leave it at 200% up output. Notably, this is going to shut down immediately, no matter what, potentially, because we're going to run out of coal. Here, since this is all already off, we can probably just do this. We'll have to reset the power breaker anyways. But yeah, this will give us quite a bit more power once we've actively and properly set it up. I'd fiddle with the overclocking to make it 100 water to get just that little bit extra out, but at this point I don't think that'd work particularly well. Plus, that evens it out just ever so slightly to where the system we have now should physically work better. I don't know if that's true or not, but we'll see. This is going to run a lot more. Hi, how are you? One second. I messed up a jump. 1 second. I accidentally had chat covered up. Sorry. Alright. Alright, at some point I'm gonna need to do something about this. You know, I kind of want to trap that giant thing and make a preserve. I don't know why that enters my mind, but if I could just trap that thing down in the crater, it would be less annoying and I wouldn't have to worry about it as much. I don't particularly want to hurt those creatures. I just want them out of my hair. I'm good. Tried Repo and Lethal Company last night. Yeah. What'd you think of them? I'm gonna change the power supply, but for right now, this doesn't matter. We need to get this set up first. And that is not going to work very well. I can already tell. Fun only with other people, correct? They're basically party games. Like, that's basically what my brain has them at. Repo doesn't allow you to play with randoms, though. Yeah. Or better or worse, whatever that's worth. They're all games that I'm kind of like, man, this is an interesting system you have set up. It's too bad that it's specifically a multiplayer party game. And I'd much rather a different kind of game than this. But that's a me thing. I'm not much of a multiplayer person, to be honest, as is probably obvious over the years. Give or take a couple of things. There's a few games that I've been playing that I'd only play with other people, but that's slightly different. See something like, brain, please, words, activate them. Nope, can't think of words right now, sorry. Thank you, brain. Star Citizen. We can shove that down there. Honestly, it probably should be down there. What side does this going to need? Logistics, water pumps. That's that direction. Okay. I don't know how much this is going to require, so we're just going to do it like this. That should be good for that, and we'll see further down the line what is needed. I'll probably have to turn on the power and let it go out so that I know for sure. Because we don't want to be wasting power either. Pretty sure we won't need to go further than this, though. Let's see. Well, further than that, slash, we'd be able to just build a different power line anyways. I need to do these. I need to set up these. This is what I need to set up right now. I can do that. That's not that hard. I forgot I had those for half a second. That's why I wasn't using them. I'm also sure that it's going to be coal, and I'm sure that's something I actually want them to be. Ah, yes, that's actually useful. But yeah, Repo, Lethal Company, any game like that, it's kind of one of those flash in the pan streamer games that come out occasionally. And like they have their own little genre for a while before they disappear. It's one of those things where it's like, I'm sure somebody could make a very interesting set of games out of this idea. I just don't think anybody's going to. Where's that going through? Ah, I see how this works. Okay. How far can this go? Not that it really matters because I'm just going to use it slightly inappropriately. Though realistically, I should be using them properly. Oh well, it's not like these aren't going to get connected further along the line eventually. They just need to be connected normally a little bit. Like, what's going to end up happening is I will probably build, like, a power line over there somewhere that will connect to that one, and eventually we'll have the ability to just ride them, so, you know. There we go. That probably looks completely fucking dumb, but hey. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, that's clipping, isn't it? We can turn that at least. Make it not look as silly. In fact, this probably can connect way further out than I have it. Here, let's see. How far can this go? Oh yeah, this can go way further. We should probably do it like that then. Oh wow, okay, yeah, this can go really far. Good to know. The feeling we're gonna need to do this. Actually, that's not useful. Yeah, let's try to at least do something a little bit future-proofy. Invalid aim location? Invalid your face. See this? Okay, what way does this need to be turned? That work? Oh, you'll reach out all the way over there, though. Okay. Whatever. This works. There we go. Let's climb this. Up, 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 up. Nice. Oh, wow, you can see the steel production from here. Huh. That's a hard drive. 1 second. That's a hard drive. I should go after it. Configure. Where was it? Oh, hey, look, one of the lizard doggos. Yay, lizard dog. Try not to go off a cliff. Do not upset me. Power. This needs power? Okay. I have this mark. Oh, I do. Okay, I've known that is there at some point then. Fair. Alright, so then... Do I flick on the power and see how this works? I know this isn't going to get it enough water, but we should try at least. So let's see here. Oh yeah, to explain what happened to the collab I mentioned yesterday, somebody didn't wake up. Somebody who wasn't me. That sounds a bit like it was me, but no, somebody nude fell asleep at some point after his work was done, and he just did not wake up until, like, I think 7. He actually really needed that sleep, apparently. There we go. Trying to at least get these lined up correctly. That way I can design a system that looks correct. There we go. I think we have to move our equipment workshop, though. We'll move this stuff, too. Fuck it. It's not like we don't have the space over here to use now. Note to self, remember that the equipment workshops I always build tend to be pointed out over the abyss for some reason. Okay, and then the MAME. There we go. Anything we can research really quickly for use? No. Okay. You mentioned a collab yesterday? Yeah. Basically, it was going to be Sea of Thieves with Newt again, and Newt fell asleep after his work. He meant to take a nap, but he just didn't wake up, so it's just like, yeah, understandable. I think it's more funny than anything. I'll just bug him later to, like, stream Sea of Thieves together again at some point. That or any number of games. Make sure these are off so they're not doing anything. Okay. Now then, we're going to have to figure out how we're going to do the coal here. Not that this didn't need upgrading anyways, I'm pretty sure. But let's see here. Realistically, I need to move the entire setup I have here, just so it's not in the way. It was during yesterday's stream that I mentioned that it was something that was set up. Specifically, like, the morning when I did of Satisfactory, because I have been having an insomnia fit for a while. Oh. Interesting. Curious what that looked like. Now I know. We're gonna need at least 2 splitters. Oh, can I just shove a splitter onto that now? Interesting. I did not know that was an option I had at this point, but sure. That kind of makes things weirdly easier for me to design around. Thick there. Okay. I could use the splitter we already have set up here. I set this up for a reason. I might as well use it. Okay. Yeah. Is this here too? Upgrade that. No need to make sure that this is all tier 3. Because this is gonna eat a shit ton of coal. I guarantee you that much. In fact, I'm gonna have to upgrade this thing too. Do I have the materials on me right now to do that? Nope. Okie dokie. Now then, how do I want to do this so it doesn't look fucked? Let's first see about the first set here. That's not OSHA compliant. Well, there's one. When in doubt, stacks? I wonder if we ever unlock the ability to just have these go up instead of stacking like it is with this. Because that's a little bit awkward, not going to lie. Okay. Might do that just so there isn't the potential for clipping. Okay, there we go. Let's see here. This will have to turn a little bit. That'll do. But yeah, we're gonna have to upgrade that thing too. The miner is definitely not going to be enough. This still isn't pretty, I'm going to be honest. But it's less in the way than it was. Cut these power lines while we're at it. We'll have to restructure that, but whatever. Eventually I'll have some system set up. Make sure that's not touching. Okay. Okay. Tatto worko. Okay, so that should be set up. The tier 2 miner. Production, mining, 10 reinforced, 20 steel tubes, 2 mining devices. Okay. Do I have that stored somewhere? I should. Do I, though? Because sometimes I get stupid and I make decisions that don't actually make sense. Let's check the storage boxes over here. But yeah, once we have that set up running correctly, blah, 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 we're going to turn our attention to copper production. Climb, climb, climb. Open. Oop. Okay. Something tells me I don't have any tubes left, and I'm not sure how that managed to happen. Yep, okay. Huh. That may be a problem. What was being produced over here? I do hope pipes. It was probably pipes. I really hope not beams. Please don't be beams. Ah, damn it. It was beams. Pipes. Well then, are you ready for the power grid to go offline suddenly? Oh. Well, would you look at that? We just need a handful of pipes. That's all we need. The coal is going to go out, though. That's the problem. How many did we need? 20. Okay. Immediately, something didn't continue working. Okay. That's concerning. Uh-huh, yep. Oops. Knew that was gonna happen. Let me guess. It's probably the water, actually. In fact, I can almost guarantee it's the water. We probably did not have enough pumps set up for it. That or the design is inherently faulty for the way water works in the game. Alright. What went wrong? 100 coal. Water. Okay. No water. There is no water in this. No water. No water. And let me guess, no water? No water. Water? Water. Okay. Water. No water. Did I not have the pumps on correctly? No water. No water. The two at the end had water, though. That's the weird thing. Huh? All of this doesn't necessarily need anything, does it? Like, I'm pretty sure we're gonna need another pump down here somewhere, so I might as well set that down there for now. Alright, let's see what went wrong here. Did these even turn on? 2 water a second. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna try something here. It's probably not going to work, but I need to check it anyways. Those word up. So... Huh. Okay. That's a problem. Why did all the water immediately disperse? Okay, there's water in that. Contained amounts 0. Contained amounts 0. So it flowed through. A slight amount did get through. Okay. Curious. Interesting. Really? I can't... Die. There we go. Now it's out of the way permanently. This is why I need power switches, by the way. So that I can just cut off an entire area from power without having to actually literally cut the line. All right. Here we go again, I guess. Click that on. Click that on. Kills. Okay. We're going to have a slight problem, aren't we? Cut the line so we can start the everything back up, I think. Is that connected to the entire thing? It is. Okay. Turn these off then. Ultimately, what I'm going to end up doing is eventually I'm going to build a power bank somewhere that charges and then is like off grid until it needs to be on grid. Here we go. Try this again. Immediately dies. Blown fuse. This is going to eat up a shit ton of this, but we need to figure out what went wrong. Okay. I have a feeling I know what went wrong, and it's exactly the thing that I figured might happen. But I didn't expect it to happen that quickly. There's a slight amount of water there. Okay, it looks like there is water starting to flow into the pipes. Okay. That's starting to wake up. That's waking up. Each of these should, at max flow rate, be getting 300. Logistics, water pump Mark 1. Here. Let's see how far those other ones are pumping to. And just set these at the end, because we need as much flow rate as possible with this. So those there. Well, let's put it here and just go back a little bit. So how far are these reaching? Okay. Flow rate 300. Max flow rate. Okay. So all these are at 300. But you run all the way down here and check this one. Failed. Okay. I'll still probably just set these here. We're just going to need them. I know we're going to need them. Fuse blown, that's expected. As long as all the other things have water in them now, we can kick the entire network back online, and hopefully that works. Is all of these getting water? We'll have to keep an eye on it. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to do the one thing I mentioned, by the way. Going to have to come over here and cut this bit off here. That's not really necessary. So 1, 2, 3. Cut this. Cut that. Pipeline this into that. That's in the way. God damn it. Okay. Oh, that's annoying. Well then. Stackable pipe. Get just this here. Okay, we'll have to do it like that. Pipes in this game get a little bit stupid. Not gonna lie. Okay, now we'll need to do this. All right. That should work? Question mark? And should give each of them 30 extra water to spare per 3 for the flow rate of it. Don't forget to reconnect that. There we go. All right. So that should be good. I ask tentatively, not actually knowing if so or not. But we should be able to reconnect the power networks now. Should be able to, mind you. Just do that for whatever redundancy's sake we need. Not like we still can't cut that. Okay, click it on. Turn these off and take these out. The grid shut down. Why? Is there still not enough water in these? Okay, it spiked, then dropped. Okay. We're in a situation where we're just desperately trying to get the water to turn back on so that all of it can go. Cut this down. Set up another pump. No, not a pump, a burner. That's what it's called. That's literally the opposite, you idiot. Anyways. Connect that. Shove those in there because it doesn't matter. Make sure all of these are on. Click. Okay. And now, hopefully, the water flow is working right. This is where it gets annoying. Okay, so let's try this a different way. We'll cut the power cores out of everything except for one in each. That should cut the water usage down enough that we'll be able to actually properly test this. If you're wondering why I was partially not willing to do this last night, morning, day, whenever it was. Yeah, hello, welcome to the reason. Okay. Now then. Let these run for a moment, but I'm not going to use the cores in them. Alright, let's see. Water maxed. Cool. No power. No fuel. No fuel. Uh-huh. Yep. Why? Why does that not have fuel? I know why, because this thing up here is still running a tier 1 miner, which means that's going to cut the power really soon. Oops. Oh, there's the tier 2 miner item I need. Okay. So, yeah, this is going to kick the entire power system off again. I already know that's going to happen. I also need to dump some of this somewhere so that's not in my inventory so I can actually get something done. Cool. Bueno. Also, because we're being idiots, change tape goat simulator. Alright. Back to being stupid. Oh, God. Right. Come on, keep crafting. Okay, is that good? Alright. I know there's like one song on the Goat Simulator playlist that I fucking hate because of the noise it makes. That's why I put that one on repeat, and hopefully it's not that one. You. Yes, you. Here, take this. Get this out of my inventory. Okay. There's my truck. Tractor. Get on the tractor. Pilot the tractor, Shinji. Evangelion would be a very different series if instead of giant robots trying to, like, defend Earth, it was just a, like, farm. I kind of want to see that now, though. Like, the same level of melodramatic and dramatics and nonsense going on, but, you know. Yeah. It is this song. It's that stupid kazoo thing. It's that stupid synthetic kazoo. I hate that. No, it's that one. Never mind. This one has the annoying thing on it. Okay. Quickly, before the power goes out, get your ass up there and build the tier 2 miner. Computer, turn off that noise. Yeah. Actually, this has kind of a nice melody to it. It's a lot less goofy than I thought it would be. Quickly. Before it goes out. Okay, that produces 240. How much do we need total? That's a number I should have gotten before I did this. I'm now realizing. Alright, how many of these are being used as it is even now? What the fuck did I just say? 22 per second. I'm not opening a calculator, I swear. 22.5 times 6. I'm not using a calculator. 135. Okay. 135. And it was producing like 250? Can we double our power supply? That's what I was out to do, is double my power supply. $240. We can double our power supply now, assuming everything continues to work correctly. Also, give me a moment here. That is probably not a good idea. I'm going to need that later, and I'm going to have forgotten where I put it. But okay, so our power supply should be finally solved. And I can hopefully turn these off. There we go. Okay. So 135, 250 production. All of these seem to be getting the water they need now, correct? Yes, okay. So let's try doing this now as best as I can. Oops, not that one. I mean, if I can boost the power up to that amount too, this is not getting water. Why? Why are you not getting water? Do I need to replace this pipe? You'd be surprised how often that is actually the case. No. Okay. What? Something is wrong here. We're going to redo this pipe. I don't know if that's been broken that entire time or what, but there we go. Yep, that pipe was just broken. Okay. Okay, so all of that's now flowing in, right? Cool. We are quite a bit over what we need to be now with these. Cool. Okay, water's getting there. Water's in there. I'm still tempted to try to push it all the way. This one's paused. Oops. God damn it. Okay. Click. Double power. Yay. Okay. Now then, we're going to have to give it a moment to make sure that it's not going to break. Question, how much power is you did here? 370... 37.5 times 6 is... 37.5 times 6. 225. I see. I see. Right. 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 I mean, we can kind of kick some of these up to the third power state, and it should be fine. We can kick 4 of them up, leave 2 of them on 200, and that should work out fine. Yeah? Because that's... Yeah, we'll do that. All we needed was the extra power. That's mainly the issue. Alright. Stupidity done. Different playlist. The Goat Simulator music didn't stop playing. Why? Why is that happening? Edit. Edit. I see edit has sent me a strange PNG. Okay. Why is the Goat Simulator music still playing? Stop! Why is it still playing? The music's... I'm running away. If I get far enough away, maybe the boombox will play a different song. Ah, cool. We got far enough away from the music for it to stop. Now, if I get closer, is it still going to be playing Goat Simulator? It is. Aha. Play something else, please. We might have to save and reload. Oh no. Okay, we're gonna have to reload. Fascinating. Irritating, even. Alkaline, maybe. Wasted Space. Yeah, that's a good song to play. Perfect. Okay, that fixed it. Alright, so now that we have the extra power supply, hopefully not going to immediately cut off and kill me, we can begin working on potentially upping our copper resources to a 100% efficiency system. First off, though, let's get rid of this pile of coal I have in my inventory for no reason now. Okay. So, power supply is properly set. Although I should just fully set these to the 250%. And just up the miner. That is rapidly losing water. Something is wrong. Is the flow rate not enough? The flow rate is definitely not enough, is it? Okay. That's fine at that amount. That isn't. Okay. So there's an inefficiency here. I should have known that would happen. I should have known there would be an inefficiency. This is not a perfect system. That can run at 300. Is it the same over here? No? 202. Interesting. So the first one in the line cannot be set to 300, otherwise the other ones don't get enough water. That's interesting. Okay. So does this work better? Or is it still not getting in enough? Or is it at a weird equilibrium? 110, 106. It is not. The flow rate on this is 99 to 100. I see. 113. That is getting enough, though. Odd. Huh. I may just have to actually wait until we have all new pipes to work with. That's fine. How's this one doing? This one's not doing as well. Take that out. Yeah, I'm tempted to just leave them at this configuration for now. Because the pipes just don't have enough flow rate as is. And we're kind of just over succeeding right now because the goal was 200% power output. And yeah, we have what, 200, 200, 250 is what we're running at right now for each individual set of 3. Yeah. So we've managed to go past what I was setting for my goal anyways. So we should be good to continue now. Get rid of those. This music's fine, it's just a little bit... If you set it to repeat a song, it doesn't end. That's curious. That's very curious in the annoying kind of way. Okie dokie. We'll just do that then, I guess. Okay. You know what? Let's put down the boombox for now. I have a feeling that's going to give me a slight headache. All right, time to rework copper. Already I see we have a problem. What is it? I see. I have a bunch of ore on me that I really don't need. Ore and ingots. Okay. Okay. Let's try this again. Congratulations, we have run into another problem. And its name is inventory. Yay. Mind you, this is expanded from all the research we did yesterday. I hope it was yesterday and I didn't take a day off without noticing. Even though that's incredibly possible with me. So yeah, we have to clear these out. Simple enough, we just run over here and throw them in these storage containers, but still it's kind of moving a problem around and not fixing it. I guess, yep. Here, we'll just do this. That's not good enough. Uneven terrain? You're uneven. Shut up. Wow. Okay. That requires a lot more space than I thought it's going to need, but hey. What's one of these require? Because I just realized I probably could just use one of those instead. Alright, dimensional. 10 of those, and one of those. Okay. I'm far more willing to just throw everything in a single box than in, like, 30. Even though I'm willing to throw all of this into the trash in the first place, but hey, that's a different problem. All right. So let's see here. Hopefully we can make what we need. Need 10 of these. Fair enough. Wait, don't I have something producing those? Can't I do that instead? When the insomnia gets really bad, I actually do have trouble remembering days and which ones have passed and which ones haven't, because my sleep schedule just gets so thrown out of whack. All right, Samsonite activated. Grab those. Okay. We're gonna need those, which are gonna need those. Cool. Good thing I started producing those. No, stop that. Get on the tractor, damn it. Let's go. Open my damn eyes, why don't I? Okie dokie. Alright, so look at this. That is a crafting bench, isn't it? On the back, it said? Yes, so I can craft over here. Make what I need and just use that, yeah? I think I'm gonna do that. Quickly. Needed like 10 of those. Come on. Craft. There we go. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. We'll build one of those dimensional depots, dump everything in it, and then just kind of ignore the existence of everything else for now. As long as it's usable building material, at least. Is kind of what it's for, but yeah. I just generally need to look at one of these anyways, I think. Yeah, here we go. Just kind of build it right there. That should work. All right. Ooh. Purple. Drop item in. Ah, so it does take it a second. Okay. So what I ought to do is just this. I wasn't sure how one of these worked, so you know. Now we know. In fact, we might as well just fill this up, shouldn't we? That's why you need to speed them up later, too. Curious. Curious indeed. In any case, this thing should, in fact, make my life all the easier. As far as things go. I mean, at some point, I'm going to need to, like, sit down and digitalize all of my stuff, but that will take a while, and I'm not likely to do that right now. Especially because we're on the early end of it. Okay, so let's see here. Right. Just, we'll let it run. Neat device all the same. So, if I understand right, everything we put into this is now digitalized and will be able to take anything from it and build with it. So, yeah. Okay, so you can see there it's now purple and showing like the little icon of them being in the interdimensional depot. That's neat. I like that system. This solves a lot of issues for me, actually. It may be slow now, but hey, it will get faster with research, which what do we need for the researches? Alien technology, depot, stack amounts at one time, uploading from inventory. So if we can get more Mercer spheres, we can do that. Interesting. I am vaguely tempted to start looking for that. Vaguely. Not outright willing to, but vaguely interested. That might be something I do whenever I just don't feel like doing anything else, is hunting those down so I can research that. Does look like a lot of fun, though. Anyways, let's shove this in here so we don't have to deal with it. Eventually we'll need these. Okay, is that the light on that I see flickering there? Why is that on? I don't like that. Turn that off. Did I turn that off? B? B. There we go. Okay, that was weird. Why did that not show up correctly? Eh. Anyways, so that's running. Honestly, I'm probably going to have to take a break soon just so I can grab a little bit of food and do something. I'm not sure how long it's going to take. Shouldn't take too long, but... Already in stockpile. Okay, so that's the number for that. Good to know. I see. So, useful, not overpowered, though. Here, let's just get everything out of here so we can deconstruct these two. Well then, that's interesting. That put away. I also need to turn that other stuff into biome, like fuel. It dropped, damn it. Nice. Stack better? Yes, there we go. Okay. So this is not overpowered. Good to know. Just a very, very useful. So it's 15 items per minute, so it would take that thing quite a while to upload everything in this. I see. If we had even more, that'd be good. Realistically, what I'd want to do is set up a area for basic building materials, build several of these at the end, and have those building materials feed into it. That way I wouldn't have to worry about any of my production lines getting their stuff, like, taken off so I can build something. Neat. Useful and neat. Alright. Speaking of clean up, how is this doing? Pretty sure I can just throw some stuff in here. I'm too lazy to use this stuff properly. And it's not like fuel is going to be an issue. I am on a planet of biodiverse foliage being everywhere. We're still gonna need to clear out a bunch of this. Yeah, okay. Trying to determine how much of this I want to just, like, scrap and how much I want to try to upload to the network. Because it's going to be a lot. So let's see. How much copper are we producing even? All of these are probably going to get cut off from here, by the way. I'm just going to cut this off and send it elsewhere to be turned into the actual building supplies over anything else. How's this doing? Okay. Still producing. Good. I will have to go get more Mercer Spheres. I just outright am going to need them. The temptation to just try to get the milestone complete, even though right now it's not that useful to me, is kind of high. There we go. How's this doing? Alright. The only other options for the building supplies would ultimately be to just feed them into something like this. And while I plan to have something set up eventually for one of these just to get as many tickets as possible, it's not exactly efficient, sadly. Like, what I would have preferred for that would be to set up storage crates like these and just have it go, okay, so the storage crate is full. Start sending parts out and replacing them, but no, that's not how that works. All right, so copper. We have exactly 1 copper mine. How much copper are we going to need? These require 20 per second to create sheets. Okay. This is 15 to create that. And that needs 60 to be wired. Okay. Also, I'm going to need to actually take the break now. I will return in a moment or something. Here. So you're not lonely. Have some music while I'm away. Alright, I'm gonna BRB, do human things to survive. I need to quickly grab some food before I, like, start actually getting hunger pain. Wait, I want to look like have you watched the depot. That's what I want you to see. There you go. BRB. Alright, I return. Ever so slightly less hungry. Okay. So let's see here. Turn that off because I just don't want to be hearing music right now while I'm trying to think about things. This is slowly uploading things, is it? Alright. Fair enough, as long as it's actually working, it's working. Okay. We'll see what I can get done. I do want to get our copper working fine, though. Right. First off, we need to create the area. I don't know how big of an area we're going to need or what needs to be on it. I think I can see why I had this set up the way it was. Okay. Here. The other side. Yeah. We'll set that here and then actually also include a ramp right here. Aesthetic reasons is all I can say to that. Zoop. Alright, let's try to figure out how much I'm gonna need here. Space-wise. We're actually gonna have space, though, because of the way this is built, so, yay. Oh, there's a power slug over there. I don't know if I ever fully recognized that that was just sitting there out in the open like that, undefended. Weird. Alright. Slowly get this built, get this built, just slowly get this built, and we can begin work in the beginning. I don't even know what that's from. Why is that in my head constantly whenever I say something? Okay. So, let's see. Actually, I should probably go down there and upgrade that copper miner. Need tin and casings. Okay. Here, let's cut these off for now. We'll worry about those in a little bit. For now, though, we're going to turn off everything that isn't necessary. Anything that is not complete needs to be turned off so it's not an issue. So yeah, cut those off from the power grid too. That thing is actually just going to keep running because I don't feel like messing with it, weirdly enough. Oop. Here we go. And since this thing is at 100% efficiency itself over here, we're just going to feed it back into there and let it run. Dump all this in there. Okay. And take all this. Okay. So, let's see. Power-wise, max consumption... Okay. Realistically, I kind of want to cut this thing's power off, too. Like, legitimately, if I don't need it running, I don't want it on. If it's not 100%, so I can actually get a good read on what we have actually going. Mr. Sandman, bring me a drink. Like, yeah, let's just kind of cut off all unnecessary power usage right now. If it's not at 100%, it's not necessary. Some of it will still be fluctuating, though. But it should be a lot more even. So yeah, that's all of that. This includes probably that jump pad over there that I'm going to leave on because it's funny to me. And the water pumps, which might deviate ever so slightly given a couple of things, along with that up there, which is not being used to max capacity, but at the moment I don't care. As long as we know about what our power generally is able to do. Oh yeah, and these things running here, which we're just slowly going to start cutting even more off of. I guess I'm going to keep using this, aren't I? Just because it's right here and easily accessible for what we're doing. Damn it. This is not the best way to be doing this. But it is going to cut off a lot of the issues I might have otherwise. Alright. Couple of tier 2 miners we left up in a crate up there, didn't we? Yeah. Okay, let's go get those. Aha, I didn't forget about them. Hooray! So let's see here. Once we have all of this, by the way, things will get ever so slightly easier for us. I just don't know how much easier. Grab those. Cool. Basically, I want to know exactly how much copper ore we have to work with right now. At some point I'll have a use for this. Doesn't use any power, so it doesn't matter. Alright, cut these off so that they're not interacting with the power system. Okay. I'm going to need to dump a bunch of shit somewhere. Including all this ore and copper we have. I'm just going to feed it into that other thing and call it good. Yeah. At least we actually did go through the effort of upgrading our inventory space, so this is ever so slightly less annoying. Let's see. What a pretty sky. That is a bright-ass moon. I don't like my moons bright like that. I'm more of a fan of the dark moon, as it were. That's a joke that nobody's going to fucking get. Oops. So then, with the power consumption minimized to where it is, we are currently still using that much. Oh. Also, yay, max consumption and consumption are at the same amount. So now we know that's basically what the coal miner, this factory, and the water pumps require, along with this thing. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably going to have one of these running constantly anyway, so it's not actually that much of a difference. There we go. Now then, that will be able to just do what it will, and that light is back on. Why? Why are you why are you like this? Why do you desire to hurt me so? What is wrong with you? Beep. Alright, let's see how much we have to work with here. It produces 120. Okay. 1 second, I need to get my notepad open now. So, copper 120. I misspelled copper, but that's okay, I guess. Copper ore 120. Okay. That written down and placed to the side where I can look at it. So that is the output of that right now. Okay. I see how this is going to be a bit of a problem to judge this. Here. Let's reconnect the line for that specifically. Somehow. Over there? There we go. So that produces 120 copper ore. We'll see what the smelters are going to need. I didn't mean to fall off there. I'm just kind of bad at what I do. Also, I could clear out a lot of that under area to reclaim some resources, but not going to lie, that's actually just kind of a waste because I don't necessarily need to. I will do this, though. Just because I have a feeling I need to go down there eventually. Okay. So, 120 copper ore. That splits into what? Calculator time. 120 divided by 3. 40 apiece. We need to split that 4 ways. So... trying to decide what to do with that. Splitting it 4 ways is probably not going to be something I do. Oh. Yeah, I forgot about this old power line here. We might as well just tear that down. So, okay. Produces 120, which splits into 4. I don't have anything to combine it with, do I? Is there another, like, copper ore vein somewhere right near here? Over there. And not very close over there. Okay. So, how much does it produce if I put a power core in it? Where are my power cores? I have made a mistake and stored my power cores somewhere. I really, really hope I didn't throw them into the fucking crusher. I know where I put them. Never mind. Probably for the exact reason that I was cleaning up and I didn't want to throw them in the crusher by accident. I know better than to trust me. That's the funny thing. I don't trust me. You shouldn't trust me. No one should trust me. Why? Because I'm stupid. But because I know I'm stupid, I can plan around it. There they are. Ah, my stupidity won't defeat me today. Hee hee. Yet. Shut up, man. Anyways. So at 120, it'd have to be split 4 ways. How much do the copper smelters actually take now that I think about it? I might need to check that before I begin planning anything. Planning anything. So let's see here. Smelter. I could also upgrade one of these with a power core. 30 to 30. 45 to 45. That'd be 60. And 75. Okay. Take it. Take it back out. Huh? What is the hotkey for that again? Shift clicking is not taking it back out. Interesting. Okay. All right. 120. 180. 180 divided by 3 is what? 60 apiece. That works out better. Okay. So we'll do that. If I need to, I can upgrade it even more. But that works out. Realistically, I know what I'm going to do here. Yeah. Take these. Get this out of my way. In fact, I need to probably rip up all of this tree here, just so it's not in my way. Realistically, what I should do is just build a small thing down here with lifts going up, just so it's consistent. But realistically, I'm not going to do that. Going to do this. It'd look a lot better if I just go down here and like build the splitters in like a level below it and send them up, which I know I should probably do instead, but I'm not likely to do that because I'm stupid. Come on. I know you can set it there, you idiot. Do it. Okay, you. There. Now will you let me? Zoop sideways. I did not know that was an option. Would you get your Titanic ass out of my way? Go. Stupid creature. I have the worst feeling that it's going to find its way around and up just somehow. I miscalculated this ever so slightly. In a way that is absolutely annoying. There we go. Alright. Oh, it's too long, is it? You don't say. Why are you backwards? Son of a bitch! I hate these things. I hate these things. They always do the shit to me. Hey, hey. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Foundation. Might as well do it like this. Congratulations, tree. You're in the way. Guess what that means? Die. 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 There we go. There we go. And there we go. So 180 can divide into 60 apiece in a three-way splitter. Okay. I'm actively avoiding touching grass. I dream of a world where one day I never have to once ever touch grass again. Alright. Okay. So 30 apiece in a three-way splitter. That's gonna be a lot of copper that I'm not entirely sure what to do with. Okay. So that's going to be one of the branches right there. So we need to set that up. Logistics, splitter. Damn. How do I want to set this up fully? I don't even know if I'm going to need all this copper. Not for a long time, at the very least. So yeah, 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180. Okay. If I turned it up to 200%, what would that be? 240? 240 divided by 3? 80 apiece? That doesn't work out well. We'll do this. Like I said, I don't even know if I'm going to need all of this anyways. And yeah, this is kind of why I was like, maybe I should build an underground section that's for the splitters. But at the same time, that's just like something I don't feel like doing. Some people would probably be like, why don't you use blueprints? And I'm going to be like, yes, it would speed things up. No, I do not standardize stuff enough that that would be useful to me. Let's find out how much copper I'm going to have now. Okay, 30, 60, 90, 180, obviously, is the amount I'll have. This is going to be a lot of copper that I'm not incredibly certain what I'm going to do with. You have to jump over the belt. I don't care. I don't care. I love right angles. They're better than wrong angles. So, yep. 180. Divided into copper bars. 180. There we go. Okay. Also, we need to see how much this is power usage-wise. Oh, man. Let me just quickly do that. Yep, okay. No, not centered. There we go. Oh, oops. There we go. Now, maximum consumption is raised up to that. Okay. So yeah, we're about around halfway our usage. Okay, maximum. Now then comes the more important question. What the fuck am I going to use this all for, and how do I divide it into useful amounts? Because I don't know which ones of these are the more important items. I'm not going to lie. Ow! Alright, first off, let's kill the forest. You really should not be living over here. Your funeral, though. By the way, you have no idea how tempted I am to build massive, like, structures all the way around this so that it's just corridors and everything is enclosed, but include, like, a ventilation system for no goddamn fucking reason so I can crawl around in it because I'm weird. Anyways, yay, copper! So let's start trying to do some math here, shall we? Copper production. All right. First off, the fundamental thing that I'm going to need at least immediately. Copper sheets. 20 and 10. Okay. 20, 40, 60, 80, 90. 120. Divided how? $30, 60, 60 divided into 3 is 20. 20, 40, 60. That'd be an output of 30. Okay. I see. So 30, 60, 20, 20, 20, 10, 20, 30. Okay. That's vaguely similar. Okay. By the way, I know these clip into each other whenever they're running. I've just been kind of ignoring it for the space reasons. Okay, so then where is it? There they are. Would I want to try to connect up this to the area over there somehow? Probably. Just not sure exactly how I want to go about this yet. Splitter. I sure hope I pointed that the right way. I didn't. As much as I use these, I probably should put them on my bar. There we go. 8. 8. Okay. This will be producing 30 sheets of copper. Fair enough. All right. Now then, power line these up. Click, click. Ah, damn it. Better power lines is something I need to research. That is a research. I know. It's something I need to, though. There we go. Now, how's that for our power usage? Generally just there. Okay. Right. I'll have to chop down more trees. I can already tell. All this space we took, and it's still not enough. A lower layer is starting to look a lot more desirable. Not gonna lie. Alright, so that's 30 of those. How many of those do I even need? Let's check. What even needed these? I don't remember. Anything? Nothing. Those can just get dumped off into a different spot, I think. Okay. Cool. They might be needed later, but that's fine. Let's see. Merger. Cool. All right. By the way, those are probably going to these irons over here, are probably just going to be split off and sent over there. Just kind of off the world, potentially, if need be. Next set of items. This brought us down to 120 again. I'm literally just keeping count of how much I have at the moment. There we go. Alright, so 60 used, 120 to go. Production, constructor, come on, there we go. Next constructors, let's find out what we need. Okay, wire and cable. Those are the only real other options we necessarily need at the moment, so I need to double check our necessary needs. Not that there isn't another copper vein that I'll be able to tap into anyways. That needs that. Okay. Those need these. These require those. Those require that. Anything else requiring copper? Because that's probably what that other area is going to end up being, is mostly just wire at that point then. Cables. So, wire, cable. That's what that's going to need. Right. Okay. Those are fine otherwise. So, yeah, that other one, that other copper vein over there is probably just going to end up being wire and cable itself. So let's see here. Cable, well, wire first. 15 apiece for 30. Uh-huh. You know, we might be able to just unplug that other one if this is just going to be the building materials one. Like, we may be able to take the power core out. Because that's 15. I did not realize it was going to be that low. Which means 2 of these will provide 1 of those. That's the main thing that I'm like, oh, about. So 30, 60, 90, 120. And we need to divide it by 15. I do this, cut that, that's going to not work out quite so well, is it? $120 divided by 2 is 60 apiece. That's still 60. Okay. Never mind, that works out fine. We can unplug the power core now. Like I said, this isn't necessarily going to be needed for anything other than building material. So it will be fine otherwise to just divide it up like this. Alright. In fact, we can probably spread this out ever so slightly if we need to. But first off, constructor. Alright, so 30, 60. Yeah. Yeah. 60. It produces how much wire? 60. Okay, and this requires 60 to produce 30. Okay, so that ratio is out perfectly then. So 60 and 60 into another one to produce 30 wire. Okay. So that'll be 30 copper sheets, 60 wire, and 30 cables. And then we can just like shove them into a dimensional depot. And that'll be the construction material done with. Okay, so that works out actually really well. And without a single real problem to it. The only other major thing would be building the building around it. So, yeah. Okay. Fair enough. In fact, doubling our resource production with that would be very easy too. In a similar way that that one. Good to know that this was very simple and not going to require a lot of thought. I don't even need to really do much with this other than set these up. Because these are each going to just be their own one of these. So yeah, simple enough. What? Where are you? What are you going into? What? Stop that. I put the wrong one down. Oopsie-daisy. Oh, for fuck's sake. Die. Die. Damn it. There was an option to auto throw away these, I would 100% desire that. Okay, which one of these is the correct? This is a splitter. Okay. Get that back out. Okay. Splitter. Splitter. There we go. These set up. I know I could save a lot more room over here if I wanted to, but I'm not going to. This. To there, so... Here we go. You'll need one over here. Do I want to encase this in, like, a building? Or am I going to leave it out for now? I really should encase it, just so I know it's done. Like, that over there. I really should do that. Am I going to? Depends. Okay. I mean, I could always just do that later. Like, that's not something I really need to worry about on stream. Wire? No, what? No, wire. There you go. And the wire. So far, so good. Okay. In fact, realistically, I probably should set up a blueprint for wire creation, actually. Because that's actually something I'm going to need in the relatively near future. A merger. Let me get that lined up just so it looks better. There we go. A merger here. So these will be used for the building materials, and that one next to it will be wires going into cable. Okay, so just need to build it out ever so slightly further. It does make me really want to go get another Mercer Sphere set, though, so we can, you know, properly set it up to be just its own dimensional depots it's pouring into. That probably would be useful. Problem is, that's still not 100% efficiency into storage, though. Ever so slightly annoying as it is. Okay. Another constructor, which will need exactly 60, which we're producing there, into cable. There we go. Perfect balance. Nice. Now, if we check this, what's our max consumption at now? Shouldn't be too high. Also, literally to double this, all I'd need to do is, like, plug 2 of those one things into every machine. So, yeah. 445.3. Okay. Isn't it nice to actually have perfect production lines? It's really nice, actually. Okay. Sorry, my shoulder is hurting because I slept on it poorly. I wasn't shot or anything, I swear. Alright. And trying to figure out exactly what I want to do with this now that we have it. Ding. But yeah, what I ultimately plan is that whenever I actually have the proper switches and whatnot, I'm going to take them over to like each of the buildings I finish, install switches in every single one so that I can cut off a building's power if we need to, and just go from there. Trust me, it's better to build the safety systems early than late. Alright. Also, I think we can just kind of get this in here right like this. Alright. So yeah, the smelters are still going to be on the outside of the building, though, because that's just kind of how this works. Main problem is going to be that right there, so I probably need to take this and push it back one, and then just put, like, the parts in that need it. This definitely can be made to look better. Outright. Here. Oop, wrong one. How far out do I want to pull this? Let's just do that. How many of these I need? 500. Probably can just rip out the stacks from these and go take them over there. Just to have it done with, you know? Okay. Not that this ultimately is done yet. That's the main thing. Eventually I'll also need to, like, build proper roads or something in between everything. I'm not sure whenever I'm gonna do that, though. Or if I will. There we go. Alright. Let's go turn these items in. And yeah, doubling the line is probably what we were going to need to do to get everything done. The worst part is, I know we're going to need even more power. You know how I know that? Because that still line is going to require production of almost everything we've already built. That's going to be a bothersome situation. Especially because this right here, which is taking up so much of our power already, is producing 20 of one item. And it's going to be needed for something else too. One item that I'm not even entirely sure exactly how much I'm going to do with, because I think I'm going to potentially not use these properly. Realistically, one of the things I should probably do is also up our coal miner past the point that it needs for these, and have it also possibly right here producing some stuff, but this is producing what it is at 100% efficiency, and I'm not really gonna fuck with it beyond that. Realistically, I should take at least some of them from this, the 12 from this, and take them down to steel production where they can be then used. 5 of them can go into a dimensional depot, though. Like, 5 of the production. Possibly this one we could break off and just have, like, a dimensional depot for it to dump them in. I don't know if that's even going to be necessary, but I kind of just want a little bit of extra of everything being produced and being thrown into a depot somewhere. Yeah, these things right here, which are going to be needed with those. And what else are these needed for? I was doing the math. What are they needed for? Oh yeah, we're making, not those. The other things. Brain, what were they called again? The reinforced plates, I think, right? Yeah. So yeah, we need to, like, break off 15 of those and move them somewhere else. The reinforced plates are used for constructing things that we'll need a lot of, though. So 5 of those will be dumped into storage for use of buildings. Then the rest are going to be needed to transport somewhere. We're going to need them. I feel no shame of using the ones we've built here for everything else too. Right. This is still dumping trash out, isn't it? Yep. Jesus. Careful to make sure we get rid of only what we actually need to get rid of. There we go. 8 coupons. Cool. That's enough for a single new customization of color. Material. Material, not color. Okay. Realistically, what I should have done is made the construction here be for basic resources. But it's making the things that it is. So I'm not going to fuck with it because it's already done. And, use... You know, okay, over here, these plants, I thought they were, like, glitched out because of the green behind it. But no, that's that jelly platform thing we have there. Oops. Thanks, brain, for that misunderstanding. Alright. I'm gonna make more biofuel. I have a feeling we're gonna need it. I really do need to get those Mercer spheres, though. If nothing else, to research to make better depot. Because if I can make it good enough, we won't need multiple depots over there. I don't know if that's even going to work out for us. I have a better way of doing this. Oh, that's used up now. Oops. Here. Realistically, that thing doesn't even need to exist. It exists entirely for my own amusement, and that might not be useful. I say immediately turning it back on because I think it's funny. Alright, you, biofuel solid. There you go. How much power is that thing taking on its own, by the way? That right there, that's the jump of it, I see. This is probably not the best use of that device. I say to myself, knowing fully well that I'm not going to change jack or shit about it. Here. Here you go, machine. Actual use for that now. Because otherwise, I'm just going to kind of ignore its existence. Throw it away. There we go. What a waste of that power I've gotten. Is that only production, or can I shove that in a miner? I cannot put the summer sloop in the miners. Okay. It's only in the output like that. I see. Well, that's fine. Still not sure what else to use those for, but hey. How's this thing doing? Still very slow, yes. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, I need to throw those other things in here, don't I? Oops. Alright. Just do this. There we go. There we go. Cool. Now all we need is 4 of those. Actually, I can finish that right fucking now. Get it out of our way. There we go. Cool. Now that won't be taking up screen real estate. Hypertube.
Milestone reached. By adding hypertube entrances at both ends of hypertubes, pioneers can achieve two-way travel between locations. They are also error% safer than jump pads. You dreamed of moving across factories like valued resources, such as rocks and water, and Fix-It listened to your dreams. We watched them. We took extensive notes. Hypertubes. Because Fix-It makes pioneers' closely monitored dreams come true.
Yeah, let's build another ramp here. There we go. Alright, so that's this more or less dealt with. Now, as for our production of everything else. The funny thing is, I'm looking at this and I'm like, how much of this is even going to be needed over here? And how much of it's going to be wasted? Which, you know, wasted resources is a dirty word to be using in a factory. Let's see here. Yeah, this is pretty much going to just sit here until I get more Mercer spheres. Because what else do I need for these? Realistically? Where are they? Logistics. Organization. Okay, so it needs those and 100 of that. Okay. Fair enough. Trying to think if I want to go bother with that now, just so we have that, like, ready and set up. Honestly, how many is that? 2 of those. Was able to build 1 of those, which could be... We have 2 over here. And like half of the production of those was going into that. I see. Trying to think about how I want to do this, because I have like the 20 here being produced in the amount that they are. And frankly, I'm going to need a lot of these anyways. So I'm half thinking maybe instead of splitting any of this off, I use everything that's here as is with the 20. And then I like dedicate half of one of these over here to making those as well and just putting those in a depot. Just because it'd probably be easier. Because realistically, half of this should be enough to produce everything else we need in the amounts we need. At least for tier 1. And a little bit of tier 2 tech wouldn't go the worst to have put away. Thinking. Here, let's pull out one of these so I can just kind of look at it and think about what I want to do with it. So we could produce that in the amount of 10 and just store it away. That'd be fine. That really wouldn't cause an issue. The main thing is if then we take one of these. How could we split this, really? Well, I could double up again, and instead of just putting it in the constructor, just having it sent away. So basically what I'm thinking is we kind of just clone this building outright, but one of the floors doesn't have one of this because it doesn't really need to. In fact, thinking on it, that would still have an iron rod deficiency. 3 of those is enough for what it is. Iron rods, 2 of those from 1, right? Yeah. So 3 of these become 3 of those. 1 of those become 2 of those. And that splits off perfectly into the screws. And I'm probably going to need a lot of those for construction purposes. So I still could just split off one of these into a dimensional depot. And the 15 would go elsewhere, which is still enough for production at the time. And we'd still be getting everything. The other thing we need to think about, though, is the motors. We are not producing motors in any good amount, are we? And what do those require? 5 and 25, I see. I feel like we'd need our own production chain for just motors. I may split off somewhere and see about producing those also. Basically, the plan is to just have everything producing for the lower tiers before we start the higher tiers. Because that's just useful in general. We can get the basic steel production going too. By then, we're probably going to need to set up another power supply, though. Okay. Let's look at the map. I don't know if I marked all the iron that I saw. I don't think I did. There's sulfur over there. Getting some of the hard drives together for the alternate recipes would also possibly be a good idea. So yeah, we're kind of stuck in a situation of, I kind of know what I'm doing. The main issue is that there's possibly an easier way to go about this if we go through the effort of looking around some more. How much iron is over there? And how much are we going to need for everything else? Right. It's not like I can't get these to produce more. Ah, God. I'm trying to decide which one of these I want to go about. I still think we set up the basic productions for whatever amount we can get, and then possibly find another deposit to try to turn into the motors. There is always the capacity to transport stuff. That is something we can do. It's something I shouldn't forget that we're capable of doing. Especially because we're going to have to transport the amount that we're producing here. That's the oversupply. Anyways. Plus, what do we need for the smart plates anyways? It's the iron plates and the motors, yes? If that's the case, then having a tier facility somewhere else to produce them isn't the worst idea. So yeah, 2 of each. And that would, at 150%, probably be 3, if I had to guess, at a time. 4 there, so 2 of them with 2 power slugs and 1 running normally would output 10 at a time. That divides perfectly fine. That'd still leave the 5, 10 that we're producing over there to be taken elsewhere too. Power is also going to be an issue. Right. Whoop. Did not mean to do that. Okay. Well then. One of these would still be able to produce the amount that we need for the one. Do I just have 60 production for normal plates? And then, like, one copy of that be producing the normal rods and one be producing the nails, and then just combine them at the end whenever we depot them. I think that's what I might do. Power is always expandable. We can always get more power. Alright. We still need to eventually get the depots together anyways. Fair enough. Okay. I think that's what I'm going to do. Though that means I can just rip this up and split these differently. Here. Do I build under? That's probably something I should do. Here, where is it? Production? Yeah. Here too, turn it. Why did you not give me enough? Is there... What? Were those tier 1s? They were. They were still tier 1s. Oh, god damn it. Okay. We'll set them down normally for now then, and go get those materials. I played myself again. Hoo-hoo. But yeah, we'll have to get a bunch of Mercer spheres together so we can create the depots. So that might be something I do as a stream at some point, or later tonight, depending how long I feel like going today. Though I definitely probably will need to take a break from certain types of games here for possibly a week so that I can, like, unstiffen my shoulder. Because I slept on it wrong, which means it's gonna hurt for the next, like, fucking week. But oh well. Alright, we needed these. Which I'm definitely going to need to start mass producing in and of themselves, but it's steel and this concrete. That's not going to be difficult at all to do. Sorry, shifting around in my chair. I need to tighten up the screws on this chair again, I can already tell. Alright. Pipe. And portable miners. Let's get those together. Second, there's a bot. Ban the bot. Deny its access. Da 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 da. There we go. I have accidentally made too many of those. Oh well, I'm still gonna need way more. As for this, I'm not going to lie. I'm not sure I even care. Like, how to put this? It's one deposit of this here in the way of everything. At best, I'm going to turn it, send it under, put a single power thing into it to try to get it to split evenly between two somehow, and then it ignore its existence. I do not care about this. If I could remove that patch, I possibly would. I might just outright ignore it. Do I have what I need to even build one? No, it's going to require the actual amount. Okay. Where is that? It's over there. Here. Instead of going around like an idiot. Staircase. There we go. Realistically, I should be way more mad about all this floating architecture, but I kinda don't for some reason in this game. Here. Let's play some music. Oh. Alright. Is this even running still? I think I turned it off. I did. Because I needed to eventually come over here and make steel work better. I don't know what's with the whip sound effect in that song, but it's funny to me. Look at those big guys down there. Oh. Hey there. Try not to get stuck in the ground that I'm building, please. Big bean boy. Thank you. Alright. It sure does look like it's starting to get smoggy over here. I'm sure that has nothing to do with me, though. Alright, so how do I want to build this? That irritates me. So, first off, we're going to obviously just have to eliminate the biome. Okay. So, am I even going to be able to produce a down in general? Will I have the room? I think I should. Like, there should be enough room here. No. There we go. Oop. Come on. Okay. Wing. Okay. Oh, cool. More trees getting in my way. God, I hate nature. It is mocking me every time I see it. Oh, this tells me what's in the depot. Huh. Take from inventory before depot. Yes. That's outright just necessitated by existence. So yeah, I think we're going to copy the other place that I built and just build it like this. And hopefully it's not a problem. Because ultimately, this stuff isn't even going to, like, be seen 90% of the time, hopefully. Since its existence will only be building materials. The only upgrades that I do would be potentially to upgrade the actual builders themselves with power cores, just to make it even more. But right now, we're still limited anyway, so it doesn't matter. Is unlock by researching manual depot upload in the MAM. Okay. So then, I wish I could blow up this rock. Just make it go away. I mean, I could also use just all the area down here that is existent and not build up further than necessary anyways. Is this on the same level? No, it is not. Okay, then. Huh. That's going to require stairs. Aha. Come on. There's not a reason to do this much space, I don't think, but I'm still going to. You. No. Stay over here. Nyeh. Okay. The main thing is that this is still going to require a lot of space, so it's 4 per with this. Is that smoke going to go through the... It is. I don't like that. So yeah, that's why I'm like, I'm probably going to have to build this out further though. Unless I want to power slug these just so I have fewer of them. How can I go about this? One, 2, 3, 4. That's enough from one of them. I mean, I could definitely just combine them all, but that's also an annoyance that I don't want to deal with. They have to be close to each other anyways to combine the outputs of all of this together too. I guess I will just merge these two together. It's not like we can't afford to do that. Just so that it's better for our own sanity. Okay, the main thing is we'll have to split it even further down the line. So, how do I want to do this? Put that away. I actually have to think about this. If this wasn't in the way, it'd be better, but You, come here. Yoink. It's over there. Have I ever looked over there? I'm also thinking about the fact that I probably could just take myself zoot and be done with worrying about the space over here. But also I'm stupid and I'm not going to do that because I am now stubbornly certain that I want to do it a certain way. I mean, I could still probably run these down somewhere and do other stupid stuff, and I'm actively just going to keep making even weirder choices because I actively don't care enough to do the smart thing here. Yeah. Very well, May. Do what you will. I'm sure somebody with a lot more experience in this game and aesthetic mind could build a truly beautiful thing. I, on the other hand, am a psychopath without a even mild amount of desire for this to look anywhere close to like a human has been here, so. Interdimensional monstrosity. Get off my fucking staircase. Move. Shoo. Go. Get. You've gotten yourself stuck on my stairs again, haven't you? Okay then. Do what you will. Stay out of my factory. I've tried to capture those things in boxes. They've gotten stuck on the walls. Like, I'd legitimately just want to leave them alone, but they keep getting in my way. Which is a problem. Alright. So 8 of these. We need 8 of these built. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Look how much room these require. This music is already looping. The one complaint I have about the boombox is that everything in this is like, look at that. There's only 3 in that. There could be way more. All right. So, how did I have that other one divided? $120, $120, $280. Was it? That is incorrect. $240. Yes, $240. $240. I've forgotten how the math works here. Well, first off, 240. Calculator. Where's my calculator? There's my calculator. Come here. Why do I have 3 of you open? 240 by 3 is 80. Okay. And it's 30 apiece. I can just go look. They're still sitting there. I can just go look. These over here. How do I have these divided? 2 into 4. Huh? I see how I did this. I didn't combine them at all. I divided the... Okay. So that is actually way better. Okay. Cool, I don't have to reinvent the wheel. Good on me. Yay. Which means I could still split these. Do 4 of these actually not manage to, like, take up everything? Okay, cool. Nice. Okay, so I don't combine them. At best, I stack them. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I put them on my bar and I still refuse to use them like that. Why am I like this? This is split. 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 I'm very bad at math, by the way. Okay. Fine. As much as that irritates me, fine. Take this one and just do this. There we go. Okay. Now then. We take this one and we basically do the same over there. Well, first we need to actually have our factory set up anyways. I could raise the ground above where the smoke smog goes. The smoke smog. Ultimately, though, this is going to be a bit of an annoyance still for me to figure out how I want it to look. Why is there a pole there? Die. Average German looking across the border. Sorry, Russians. That's who they hate. Are hated by. Never mind. Sorry, I don't care enough about Europe to remember my appropriate amount of hatred. Charts, like, who hates who. Because it really means nothing to me. Anyways. Where I dig myself into a hole I can't get out of. 3 of these. Each produce 60 or 30. And 30 is needed individually for the one set of thing. So we can just do this. And that will be the appropriate setup. That's incorrect. Very good. Set that there. 1, 2, 3, 1/2, 1/2. There we go. Splitter. And the rest we can do whatever with. There we go. Okay, rod. Rod. Plate. Plate. And plate. Now, what I could do if I was smart and wanted to be, like, special about things. Plate, 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 plate. 60. Bop. Then the rest split off into its own direction. Do I want to do that now that I actually just thought about it? That would be better on some level. Ah, damn it. Here I go. Oops-a-daisy. Plate. Okay. So then... Why is that not showing to line up correctly? Oh, do not tell me I have this entire thing backwards. Somehow. What? What? Are you backwards? Huh? Before I forget to set these, by the way. There we go. I might be having brain not so good as... No, okay. It's fine. So, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah? 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay. Who do we appreciate? Go fuck yourself. Oh, sorry. Calculator's covering up chat again. Sorry. Ah, God. Stretching for a moment. Give me a moment. There we go. Oh boy. Back to math. Okay. 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I think I know why I have been making the splitters that I have for this. 1 second. Because that is hideous and I don't like it. So we merge 3 of these together and then split them in a way that makes it less awful. Oops, that's the wrong one. That goes there. That's a splitter. That's a merger. Basically, what it will be is that these 3 into those 3, these other 3 into these 3, then these can split off over here and be producing the other parts that we need. I have fucked up again because I don't pay attention. Do not be like me. Be smarter. Be better. As you can probably tell, this is a lot better organizationally. Get that right there. This one right there. We'll still need to get the Mercer spheres, though, sadly. I do not have a supply of those to make the depots we need. Plus, I'm also going to need to go get ones for research so that this actually can run consistently without just stopping. As you can probably tell, our dimensional depot that we have running over there is incredibly slow. Like, hilariously incredibly slow. Well, first off, we need to get this going too. So, splitter there, and splitter there. Aesthetics has quickly gone out the window as one of the first casualties of I don't care anymore. Don't worry, we can put an ugly facade on everything too. You know, much like the government does for anything that's god-awful and, like, ugly. They just put a half-hearted attempt at aesthetics over the top of it. If they even care that much, that is. Okay. Come on. Did we not? I see. There it is. Alright. So then. That's that one. It's not gonna be enough. Oof. Okay. Better power poles will be a much nicer thing to have whenever we eventually get to that point. I really do need to start blueprinting. Looking at all this, it confirms to me. How's our power network doing? I'm very careful with this right now. I'd rather it not go out. Okay. Let's see here. That's there, and there. We'll need to pull this out over here anyways. So let's get this set. Okay. And then we'll need to probably split it out somewhere, but eh. You know, I thought I overdid it with the space, but I'm starting to understand that no, this is actually not enough. Oop, don't do that. There we go. You know, I probably will need a shit ton of concrete at this point. Especially because I'm just not being efficient with it. You get to live. Don't become a problem. Okay, let's see if I have fucked this up. You've been playing for 2 hours. Oh yeah, because I reloaded a save because of something. Okay. I was like, it has not been 2 hours of stream. What the fuck are you on about? Okay, that's hooked up now. We still have plenty of power, thankfully. Okay, now for the really annoying part, because we have 60 here, don't we? Yeah. Logistics, splitter, back into 2. Then we'll need to double split it. So... one there, I guess, and one over here. Click, clack. Click, clack. Okay. So that's 30 and 30. Now, then, here's what we do. 1. Come on. Instructor here. 2. 3. And come on. Get up right next to it. Come on. 4. Then we'll have the double split again. Where is it? Logistics. Splitter. I don't even care about expandability on this. I'm not gonna lie. This is just like, please be done with. That's gonna be in the way. Okay. Well, we can fix that simply enough by doing that. Yeah. Yeah. Line it up better. There we go. In fact, I could do it with both. I'm just going to do that for what little aesthetic value it has to do that with. But at the same time, it's just like, oh, man. Oh, by the way, with the Ellen thing, I am still not able to get a hold of needles. I am still having trouble with that, and somebody else has started looking into it. And here's the way that it looks like I might be able to get needles, and this is going to be an insane statement. It's going to be the same way that I find religion. So, let me explain to you the exact process it looks like I'm going to have to do to be able to get needles with the cactus. Because there seems to be no other way to make cactus, or needles at all. And whenever I say this is going to be insane, the religious thing is not the most insane part of what I'm going to just babble for a moment. I am going to have to learn how to fish. And not only am I going to have to learn how to fish, I'm going to have to fish up the power to commit wish. So I have to fish to commit wish to get religion. And through religion, I will be able to get cactus, because growing things on sand has proven to not work. So I have to fish to make a wish to get religion. And how do I fish to make a wish? Well, you get a statue of the goddess of wish. So, you roll until you get the statue from fishing of the Lut goddess, which gives you the ability to drink from a well until you get a wish. And if I understand everything I was reading correctly, I can take the power of wish and possibly get an altar to the god that I'm trying to get, which is the god of harvest. And from there, I can work on getting seeds. And from there, seeds become cactus. And from there, I can make needle. Yes, this is the process that it seems to require without leaving home. I have to get a wish. I have to get the most powerful spell in the game so I can get a cactus. So your average Terraria challenge. Yeah, basically. Also, hi Al, how goes it? I just think it's fucking hilarious that to be able to get a cactus, to get any needles whatsoever, I have to fish to get wish through the power of the goddess that I'm not even going to worship. There is something incredibly wrong with everything I just said. I need to double check our nails. Ah, yes. I forgot this is even more intensive than I thought. Okay. Well, congratulations to all this other space I have out here. It's also needed. And, yeah, the amount of RNG that's going to require going right is hopefully not as bad as one might expect. Mind you, I was going to need to, get both of these things separately anyways. I just find it hilarious that through sheer serendipity of the situation that I put myself in, the solution to my problem is the solution to both of my problems. How do I get the one thing? Oh, the same way that I get the other, apparently. Mind you, I'm not even sure if this is exactly a confirmed way of doing this. This is just the only other way that I can find without leaving. I will say it is proving to be very funny that has proven to be the worst thing to get a hold of. Needles. Needles have proven to be the hardest thing in the game that I need outright, that I've just not been able to get a hold of. So here's what we're going to have to do for this, by the way. Guess what? We're merging again, and then splitting again. But yeah, I have tried multiple different sand floorings, and none of them have grown literally anything whatsoever. And I'm thinking it's the biomes now. Even though it really shouldn't be as much of an issue as it is. Either that or I'm getting so hyper unlucky with the sand patch that nothing is growing on it. Either way, it's still just a what the fuck moment. That's merger, we need splitter. Okay. On the bright side, though, it does mean that the two biggest issues I had, like I said, are actually solved the exact same way. Which is just kind of a relief. I will defeat Taxus before I get Needles, though, I think. That's how bad it is, like, for RNG overall. Once I actually fish up the statue, it should be fine. Okay. Now we make Needles. Sorry. Screws. I have a screw loose at this point. Jesus. But yeah, once I actually have the wish, I should be able to wish for an altar to the god of harvest. Because that's not on the list of things you can't wish for. I will obviously be safe scumming the wish, Joe, just in case I fuck up somehow and wish for the wrong item. Which, honestly, if I can somehow, and I think there is a way, to restore a statue of the Luck Goddess, or get another statue of the Luck Goddess even, I should be able to actually do some funny things. What the? Huh? How did I do that? What the? Give me back my power line. I just covered up my belts. God damn it. But with the power of wish, by the way, that technically seems to mean that there is not a single item in the entire game unavailable to me. Potentially. And if that's the case, outside of a select handful of items, it means you can do almost everything. Literally almost everything. Which is insane. Like, the only things you can't do are location or NPC specific. And reminder, none of this has been for any reason that I was doing any of that. I'm not even making a video on it somehow, because that's not something I really do. If I was fucking smart, I would be. In fact, I probably should attempt to do that at the very least to give an excuse for why I did anything I did. Now that I think about it. That would be the smart thing to do. I haven't even been streaming it. It's just been something I've been doing on my own time. Now that I think about it, it's giving me a certain level of existential, like, confusion as to why I did this in the first place. I like that game. That's the answer, ultimately, is that I like that game. I'm gonna go get the other... I know how. I know how. Watashi wa baka desu. Hooray. Alright, so this is basically our basic iron production done, though. Or building materials, at least. I'm wondering what my end game for it is, though. And, I'm kind of curious if I can summon one of the gods that you can fight with it somehow. Because if my end goal was to be able to beat taxes again, I'm not going to lie, that's just a matter of time at this point. I will beat taxes in that game and not really have a problem. Did I line that up right? No. Damn it. Alright. Next up, we'll probably go look at steel production and try to get that kind of set up better. Get a nice curve. There you go. Alright, let's set up our storage containers here that will ultimately replace with dimensional depots eventually. But yeah, it is kind of shocking just how much you can get done. I know I've mentioned that before, but still, it's wild to me just how little you actually need that you can't get a hold of somehow. Because once you have the Harvest God faith, basically every other seed becomes available too. Really, the only thing you're not going to be able to actually get outright is things that, like I said, can only be gotten by one specific NPC or require you to go to a specific location. Which does mean Aether Body, like, anti-Aether Body things. Antibodies. Aether antibodies are also kind of an impossibility, but hey, there's saves coming. Plus, there may still be a way, weirdly enough, eventually. Ah! Damn it. I didn't bark, by the way. That's not what that was. If that's what you think it was, you're wrong. I didn't bark. Okay. Oh, I've also been looking into 2D models still. And there's a couple of things I could do. I just haven't decided on whether I want to do that or not yet. Cool. Are any of these going through the floor in terms of like these smokestacks? If not, then I don't care. If there's no smoke going through the floor, it's fine. Are you still stuck? You giant dumb bean boy. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. That doesn't bother me so much. Alright. So that's all basic copper items and all basic iron items being produced. I'm trying to determine exactly how well we're going to manage uploads to the one thing, though. I'm also realizing that's not at a 90-degree angle, which, you know, shouldn't bother me with how fucked everything else is. But, you know, I don't care. I'm gonna take my aesthetic gripes with stuff randomly as I see fit. Realistically, what I should be doing is just dumping everything into a shredder right now, though. Which, yeah, I'm going to just do that. Hehe. Well, do I want to do that or not? Nah, actually. That's kind of a waste of my time right now. I kinda should, though. How fast can that process stuff? Because if it can process stuff fast enough, it might be worthwhile, just on the grounds of, yeah, so it's not in my way. I guess it doesn't matter. Like, logistically, I guess it doesn't matter. Can we line these up well enough? Sorta, kinda, not really. Whatever. You know, for now, I'll just have it dump stuff into a storage. Why not? Eventually, we're going to set down the depots anyways. And it won't really matter. Also, I have watched some Terraria challenges. I did not know there was a Skyblock version of Terraria. That's actually kind of interesting, because I basically have never played the modern version of that game. All of my time was back whenever it didn't have 90% of its content. Maybe one day I'll sit down and play it. Maybe. I know there's some really good mods for it, with some shockingly good music for some reason. Calamity, I think it was called, is the one with like the weirdly good music for no good reason. So many challenges end up just being fishing. Why do games keep doing that? Like, fishing in Ellen doesn't bother me because I just sit there and idle anyways. But yeah, just, that's also something I noticed from watching what few Terraria challenges I have, is that it also ends up fishing because of everything you can fish up. If there is a game where there's a chance to fish up a rare item then it's going to end up being like the mainstay of a challenge somehow. I already know that's true. Here. Stupid machine, just take your power back. I don't care to automate this properly. Not yet. But yeah, it's going to be something that I'm going to have to do in Ellen, is just fish for the wish. Which, I'm not going to lie, I was probably going to end up doing anyways, because I have a feeling that's going to be how I get a couple of things that I otherwise wouldn't be able to get anyways. Realistically, I'm trying to determine also if there's a god that I'd switch off the harvest goddess or god or goddess to. Game is vaguely statements. In the game, it vaguely states that I want to call it Kigurumi, but I know that's not correct. The harvest god is a dude. But apparently, even in-game, there's some vague confusion on whether it is or isn't. Nor does it really matter. Here, we're done messing with that. You, power shard blue. I don't know, there's a bunch of lore books in the game now, too, that I probably should read at some point. Actually, I probably will end up reading at some point, I should say, because, I have a bookstore person, and they keep having those just random lore books, and eventually I'm just gonna pick them up. I know I am. Oh yeah, I probably should put all the solid biofuel in there. This mulch, shove it in here. There we go. There's not a reason for me, by the way, to be doing it like this. I just kinda am. How's this depot doing? No space left. Okay, so they do have a limit to the amount that can be stored in them. Right. That's actually good to know. Then I need to actually start setting this up correctly, shouldn't I? I was hoping they'd be infinite. That may be down the line. But for now, they have a limit. Right. So what I'm going to do is just kind of set up some ad hoc storage here again. Since there is a limit right now. Which means it doesn't even matter, per se. I just need to be aware of that limit. Put all that away. Take all this. No, take all of it. Deposit what we can real quickly. Making sure to re-grab our basic materials we don't want to lose. Okay. Stop that. Oh, wrong button press. So I think something like that should work. The main problem is the amount it can hold. What? Is this all it can hold, technically? Okay, so it can hold a stack of each. Good to know. Should remember that. 200 plates, 200 of that, those, and those. That should be good. Give me that, since you don't seem to know what to do with it. This is still very useful material-wise. I'll just have to remember that it has a limit to it. Oh, yeah. There we go. Put that in there. Did we put rods in already? No? Alright. So that'll process all of that as best as it's... Realistically, I should just shove the amount that I'm going to have in there anyways into it, yeah? Like this. Just come back occasionally and make sure to set all the amount that I'm storing in there into it. Because that's basically just going to be limited. Okay. I'm gonna look at the research real quickly for it. Alien technology. Manual uploading is there. Okay, space and speed. Upload speed. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, yeah. There is actually a limit to this stuff. Got it. Fair enough. We're still going to have our storage of everything else anyways. But now that I know there's actually a limit to it, we'll just kind of hand feed it materials occasionally. I know there's some other tapes we can get. I've just not gone about the trouble of finding them. Ultimately, it does kind of mean that I kind of want, at the end of a production chain, to have some sort of buffer system and then just be dumping stuff into the awesome shop sync thing. So, yeah, okay. Let's just kind of keep this going the way I had it, though, just so I don't have to babysit it. And if it gets stuck, I'll just come back over and fix it. Alright. Well, that's what it is. Whatever. On the bright side, we should be good and ready to do just... steel? Steel, yeah. We should be ready to do steel. I'm not too certain what the resource amounts for steel is going to look like, though. Man, I went through all the trouble of getting to this point. Well, actually, I did it for the double resource output, so no, it wasn't for that. But I went through all the trouble of getting that, and I just kind of never looked at it properly. Oops. Some point I'm going to need to start working on explosives too, just out of necessity. Also, the other various kinds of stuff eventually. Hard drives I'll need to look for. Quartz is in its own time something we'll worry about. Synthetic power shards. Alright, how many tickets do we have saved in the sink from just dumping stuff? Oh, look, a puppy. Hello, puppy. Goodbye, puppy. Still just dumping stuff. 10 tickets. Alright, let's see what we can get. But yeah, unironically, if I don't end up just playing Star Citizen with a couple of people tonight, because that's just always something that can happen. Because I'm in a Discord where people play Star Citizen, obviously. I'll probably end up working on just trying to get a fishing skill book, which has still proven to be one of the major things that I'm having trouble getting is skill books. And from there, just trying to fish up the statue. Because I want to be able to start working on the various crafts, make weapons, make armor, anything I can do to help my civilians not die. Which has been a problem. They keep killing the child. That's the thing that upsets me the most. They keep killing the poor boy. Or girl, I can't remember what it was, but it's a child. It's a little fairy child, and they have no survivability to anything that can actually hit them. What do we want? Clean pipe is an option. We can always just buy parts too eventually. That's one of the reasons I want to dump stuff, is just because it'll let me buy parts. Waste of time right now. More useful later. Whenever I actually have everything else bought. Windows would be nice, but I'm looking still for more along this line of stuff. Just so I can see what I like out of everything. Two. Pattern floor. There we go.
Decoration and organization go hand in hand. Fix-It HQ custodian, I always say. Use of these customizer features does not guarantee an aesthetically pleasing or user-friendly factory. That's the part that requires knowledge and skill.
Yeah. So we got the hypertube, which I know what to use that for. I just haven't a desire to do that yet. Oh yeah, I guess we can kind of work on making actual roads and shit too, I guess. Along with this kind of thing. Oh wow, that makes that pattern that color too. That's neat. Neat. I'll mess with that later at some point. Decor is not my major concern right now since we don't have everything unlocked. Oh, by the way, in Star Citizen, I bought a tank. I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but at some point I have usage of a tank for some reason. Yes, I did spend in-game money and not real money. I have not spent real money on that game beyond the actual buying the thing that was on sale that let me play. The only other option is in-game money, and that game is about to fucking break again, I tell you. But I have a tank. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. I don't have a ship that can even pick up a tank. In weight alone. It was 900,000. Almost 1,000,000 credits. But instead of buying a proper ship, I took one look at the tank and went, bro, that's a tank, and I bought the tank instead. I also bought a hover bike for similar reasons as why I bought the tank. Bro, a hover bike. I gotta have that. Also a cargo mech, but that one actually has better usage case. It was also stupid cheap in game. Realistically, I'm going to have to save up several mil in that game though. If only because I want to fly to a planet, deploy tank, shoot enemy, leave. And are you telling me, any of you, I dare you to tell me that if you had the money to buy a tank, you wouldn't? Okay, in real life I can understand that a tank is expensive and you'd need other things like, you know, rent money, food, water. But if you had the spare money and time and space, you too would buy a tank. I'm just saying. Anybody who says they wouldn't is either somebody you don't need to be talking to because they wouldn't buy a tank, or they're a fool and a liar. Everybody wants a tank. Just saying. Like, I wouldn't even necessarily want a tank to drive, but just to have, even though I totally would just roll around on a tank. Yeah? Like, if I could make a street legal ass tank and I could pay for it, I'd totally roll around on a tank for everyday usage. Outside of the fact that, you know, I don't want to ever drive again in my life. But hey. I like tanks. Tanks are great. How much are we gonna need for steel? A question I should have asked far before this point. Alright, so steel is 45 to produce 45. $180. Is that an amount we can set something to? 1 second. Are these tier 2s? They're tier 1s. They produce... You know, I forgot how shit tier 1 miners were. They only produce 30. Oh. Okay. We're gonna need tier 2 miners on this, at the very least. We're missing steel beams. Okay. You aren't needed here. I'm thinking... I think 180 is the amount that a single one of these devices need. A tier 1 power shard for. Like, tier 1, a single power shard. We'll put it up to 180 output. Right? Here, let's do this first. Okay. So tier 2. 60. Ah, right. So that's double. 90. I see. Okay, that makes more sense. So one of these with a tier 1 power shard in it becomes 90. I don't know where 100 and... Oh, that's... Is that all 3 in it? Is it becomes 100? No. Okay. I don't know where that number entered my head then. So 120. 2 tier 2 miners with power ones become 60, 90. Okay. 45 times 2 is 90. Okay. Okay. So this and that one, put with the power shards, become 90, which is enough for 2 steel furnaces. Upgrade that. Okay. Wait, is it the coal that puts out 180 at that point? If so, then cool. Don't mind what that is. It's nothing, technically. Okay. Do I have a way back up if... Yes, over there. Just double checking. Sometimes I don't know about me. Okay. So that would be 2 steel producing furnaces. We could up it still, couldn't we? I'm betting that's not a tier 2 miner on that one over there, so I might as well start working on some more for that. Okay. To loop back on another subject, the end game for the Ellen challenge, I'm not sure what it should be because I don't even know what is technically possible / not possible. And frankly, anything that I thought might have been a good like end point is already an inevitability that doesn't feel right because there's still so much more to do with it. I think there's a summer sloop over here that I haven't picked up. I probably should do that. Like, beating taxes realistically isn't a hard thing to do, even at the max amount. Because all you have to really do is just buy really expensive furniture from a furniture salesman, get your rank up really far, and you'll beat your taxes, even at max, eventually. Along with, like, your own income from various sources. So beating taxes alone is not enough, in my mind, anymore. 240. 240. Trying to do math in my head, failing, grabbing calculator. 45 times 5. 225. Plus 45. 270. Okay. 360. 360 divided by 45. 8. I see. Okay. So that'd be 8 steel furnaces. What is this? Besides a sacrificial altar. Interesting. Don't know what it is. This looks like somewhere that a secret would be. Like, if you drop something specific on this, it would become something else. This game has secrets, doesn't it? I bet it does. I bet it has Easter eggs and secrets. This is just that kind of game. And hello. What are you? Why did I never notice this? Ah, cool. There we go. Okay, that's collected. Might as well grab what resources are lying around here, too. Damn it, I deconstructed the MAM that was over there. Ah, damn it. I didn't even think about the fact that there might be one of these over here. Oh well. That's a, bit of research for something potentially good. We'll see. Alright. Let's get back up. I don't know how many of these I even need running, or how I could properly split it. The temptation to make more power over here, though, is a bit problemed. Yeah, that's the word I'll use. Problemed. All right. Time to do some research. Hard drive. Scan. 10 minutes. Okay. We'll see what we get out of that. I'm betting we won't get anything too amazing, but at least it's there. All right. I forgot to write down how much that was producing. On the other hand, doesn't really matter right now, so... Where's my notepad? There it is. 90, 90, 180. 180 iron. Okay. 180 iron ore. Okay. Make sure that I put that in both of these so that that's actually the truth. There we go. We can always up that if I need to. That's not a problem. All right. So then, we'll go check how much coal I'm producing again. I love that I'm like trying to be careful about things and still I just forget something as simple as write number down. This is why I can't hold a steady job. I am in a bad spot. Why did I do this? Okay. 240. So 240 coal. How can I produce this in a reasonable amount with the requirement being 45 for each? Okay. I'm legitimately going to have to sit down and do math again. Oh, by the way, I hate that cave. I just need to state that. I hate that cave. Hard flashbacks to yesterday. This is looped a little too often. Yeah, let's listen to this again. Okay, so it's 45 each. So... Well, first off, I should do the math on how many each one can produce then. With this amount, so... 240 divided by 45 is 5. Okay. 180 divided by 45 is 4. So we could run four of these. And if we really wanted to, I guess we could turn them up to 200% production and call it good there, because that's what, 90 apiece, which divides easier, but I don't know how much we're going to need to divide this in the first place. So yeah, we can run 4 of these. Whatever that's worth. All right, let's see. Production-wise, what all do we need the steel for? Steel pipes is 30 at a time. These are 60, so it's 30 and 60. Okay. We would have 180 to work with. Right, that divides evenly enough, which is good. We don't have to worry about that. It's just determining how much of each individual one we're going to need now. Okay. Which means we need to pull out an assembler and take a look here. That doesn't need it. This is 18 per second. Can you make that divisible by a reasonable amount? Can't, can you? 45. Okay, I see. So at 250 clock speed, that requires 45, which would be a single furnace's production rate. Okay. Good to know. That requires 12. That requires an amount 30. Okay. So at 200%, that's 15. That's easily divided, I believe. I'm pretty sure that's easily divided from the production. Let's check. It produces 20. So if you're producing 9 of those, it would divide evenly. Okay. Or 9. 60, sorry. Sometimes I have the right number in my head and I still say the wrong number. I don't know how that keeps happening, but yeah. Okay. So you could split one of these off. Well, you could do 3 of these, be using 90, 60, 30. Yeah. You can divide it by 3 easily enough with a splitter chain. And then split further into that. That would probably work fine. Okay. Those require those. I think we'd need to start looking at this in terms of expandability. That takes 30 per minute. So which one do I need more of total? Stators, probably. If I had to really guess. Maxed out, that required 90. 120. Let's aim for expandability on this instead of trying to get exact numbers. Because these are divisible by each other on some level. So as long as we're careful about that, we should be able to divide it up in a way that makes sense. And not really cause an issue. I also have to remember that our tier 3 belts have a movement limit of 270. So upgrading that coal belt really wouldn't help because it would hit into the 270 limit of speed and lose efficiency. Right. Okay. Let's begin planning this out, shall we? Also, this is going to have to go away. We'll move that somewhere else. I have to get down here with explosives at some point for obvious reasons, but that will have to wait. All right, so we can run 4 of these. I guess if I really, really wanted to, I could potentially go about a double belt system like I have with the water. And that'd be able to fuel 8. We are 100% able to mess with this a little bit. Not have an issue. But we calculated 4 foundries is what we can run. Okay. We'll just line them up here. Oh, that's why. Not enough clearance. Here, we're going to rework the power lines here anyways, so... Alright, the main problem I'm going to run into is space related. Once again, space is ever a problem. Here, cut that. I need to see if there is a way to run power through floors. Not like send it through the floors. I mean, run the power lines through the floors. From bottom to top. Because if I can do that, then I don't need to necessarily run them through the floors. I can just run them under the floors. The distinction is notable, if a little wonky. Oh. I think I know how I'm gonna do this. The same way that I did the other splitters. The main issue is how many we're going to need here. Can I stack these? Yeah, I think I'm gonna stack them. A technique I have not been taking advantage of, I admit. That I probably should have been. Aesthetics come later. Especially with how expensive aesthetics can be. Although you can definitely make some really nice, like, belt lines out of this, I can already tell. I'm sure there's somebody with a lot more experience and intelligence than me out there who has made some very, very nice belts. Are we putting these all in the same spot, or am I swapping them depending on direction? Direction, actually, by the looks of it. So you may be wondering how I'm going to do the other side. Well, congratulations. Bad is how that's going to be declared. Now, there's a mild problem with this that you may be noticing. Congratulations, you have the ability to see, which I apparently do not. It's like, ooh, this is already looking neat, and then I immediately go about fucking it up. Did you turn? There you go. That's better. Are you certain, game, that's how that works? Okay. Apparently not. Damn, I thought I had a good idea. It wasn't. Mostly because these are operating in strange and abnormal fashion. But okay. If nothing else, I can redo this and try it a different way, I suppose. Because fun fact, I figured this out today. Splitters can be shoved on the end of these somehow. Not really all that well, mind you, because it seems to insist to just shove it inside it now? What? Why? Why are you doing that? That's not what you were doing before, weirdo. Something tells me that's not how that's supposed to look. And that's not going to work out too well. But I am so curious now about whether this will or will not work. Like, surely not. If this works, I'm gonna be so fucking upset. Because this does not look correct. Mind you, this still doesn't help me. Because aesthetically, look at this. It's wrong. That's the only word I have for it, is wrong. Okay, well, I guess this is how we're going to attempt it. I feel like saying the word attempt is also the correct phrasing, in the same way that somebody attempts murder. How the fuck am I doing this? Man, I hate what I'm doing right now, but I'm gonna do it anyways because fuck it. Yeah. Alright, let's boot up the power over here, I guess, and see what monstrosity I have created. Oh yeah, I guess I have to set it to be producing steel. Even though that's technically the only recipe it has at the moment. I don't think this is gonna work the way it looks like it is, but, you know. C'est la vie, I suppose. I didn't realize I had it pointed that direction, but okay. I mean, whatever. It's no worse than it was in any other point. It's now just over a cliff instead. See, this is what happens every time I attempt some form of aesthetic, is that I realize that I'm wrong. And that instead of working, it's going to do something incredibly just unacceptable. Like it's doing right fucking now. Why are you like this, game? You could attach on the outside, but no. No, this is how you've decided to exist. I'm so disappointed in life. so that's 180 steel. Great. How's the power looking? Yeah, I see. Give me a moment. I want to check something. How long have I been going? I guess around the 5-hour mark, I'll call it. We've also lost 28 frames, which... Cool. Why? But ye. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. Thinking about what I need to do here. Do I just attempt to set these up to both be producing the other items, like beams, pipes, set it out there, and then just try to look at what I'm going to need further, because I can always expand, like I said. The main problem is that would require splitters to be even back further. And I'd need to evenly double all production here. Which I'm not entirely certain I can do logistically right now with how tired I am. That's barely not touching that. Fascinating. Here, just so I can walk around this. Alright. Yeah, okay. Okay. Double check our requirements here. 60. Right. We're gonna need to expand this anyways. This is 90, isn't it? Yeah. 44, 45, 45, 90, 90, 180. This alone won't be enough to produce anything. So let's check this again. 60 for that. 30 for that. I know how I'm gonna do this then. This is going to be a bit awkward, but whatever. We'll just kind of have to accept it as it is. Because right now I just need the pipes and those to be built in general. $90, $90, $180. Split off. $30, $30, $30. $60, $60, $30, $30. Right. Yep. Okay, that works. Yes, there is wasted space right in the middle. I don't really care for some reason. Although I can make this look ever so slightly better, so I'm going to do that. There we go. Nope, I failed again. What did I do wrong? It's closer or further? Closer than that. Is that it? There we go. Okay. So then now, we'll have to merge these somehow else, but... whatever. Yeah, there's a lot of space I'm wasting directly in the middle here. Okay, 60... What? What's your problem? Did I put the wrong kind of thing here? I think I did. Cool. How the fuck did I do that? Okay. Oh, I didn't? I just fucking forgot which I was doing here. Oops. Uh-huh. Well, now. That even lined up still? It is. Okay. So that goes into there. And this does this. Okay. There we go. This game will make you very good at multiplying and dividing by 30, apparently. That's all I'm really understanding about this game right now. Okay. This is the 60 or the 30? This is the 30. Okay. Okay, so that'd be 20 of that. All of this for what? 40 pipes and 30 beams? Okay. Fascinating. Alright, there we go. And ultimately, we're still able to double this up if we really wanted to. So that's not a problem in and of itself. Outside of the fact that that belt cannot hold the double amount that we'd need. It's already kind of not in a great spot in any case. Expandability says to put it in the middle. Which is a lie. That is not more expandable. That's me being stupid again, isn't it? At the very least, we'll be able to do it like this. Merger. Point out that way. Cool. Alright, so that's that set up, at least enough to be something. Alright. So we got copper done. We got steel done in 5 hours. Okay. Wait, did I also mess with the power today? Because if so, then I'm actually okay with this amount of progress. Given that I've been going for 100% efficiency. Oh yeah, we also got iron basic resources done too, so... Yeah, no, this is actually fine. We basically spent the entire day shoring up our previous tiers into 100% efficiencies. Which I'm not going to cough or sneeze or scream at. Obviously, there are people who can do this way faster than me, but hey, I've never actually properly played this game. And ever gone after 100% efficiencies. Ultimately, this will speed up later things. Yeah, I guess this is mildly okay looking. At least it's not ugly. Ish. Oh yeah, the research on the hard drive finished. Should go look at that. Yeah? What do we got? Ah! Huh! That is actually not bad for where we are, I don't think. Out of these two, grabbing that. That's interesting. I'm kind of curious if that's actually going to be useful. Okay. Yeah, let's build one of these so I can look at what I've done. Don't go off. There's more copper there. Oops, wrong button. Can I find some of this nearby? If so, then cool. Where is that? That's not that far away, actually. And I probably need to start getting that research done, too. Where is that on this? Yeah, we need to be able to start making that. New products at the shop. Okay. The ability to zip line through the power. Everything along these lines, too. Okay. So I probably should start looking into setting that up as well. Ah, my neck just popped. Ow. Ow. Right. Fauna technology. Eventually we'll need to work on these, but that's Mercer spheres, which will require some exploration to get. Alright. Honestly, the front end of that looks fine. Like, even though it has wasted space, I guess you could do some decoration in the middle to make it look better. If I could blueprint it, I kind of would be tempted to. We've certainly made progress, like I said. Steel setup basic, iron basic, copper basic, power rework. Yeah, we did plenty. Along with getting a couple of research stuff, I guess, done too. Yeah. Alright. Anybody on right now? Because I'm starting to feel like a little bit off. And I probably need to eat. Hey. Megalum's on. Yeah, let's go raid Megalum. Alright. Thank you all for being here. Hope you had a good time. Hope to see you next time. Have a wonderful time of day and remember to do human things to survive. I might return tomorrow, I might not. We'll see what happens and who says what. Oh well. Because I never know whenever I might be asked to play a game. But yeah. Till then, bye-bye.